Menu reader. Off. Press space bar to toggle.
Oh, that's funny. Why would it? I did. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's what I fucking thought.
am indeed a student, but I could very well...
A few cobwebs and some dust. Nothing to be concerned about. I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade. That was quite something. It was wonderful. I believe I'm really going to enjoy this class.
It appears we are almost ready to depart. It's a pity we didn't have a bit more time to spend on spellcasting. I presume you've been practicing the spells we worked on.
I have, Professor.
Well, I'm quite sure I've never seen anyone take so quickly to a second-hand wand. You'll be a force to be reckoned with when you get your own.
Thank you, Professor Fig. I appreciate you working with me full time.
Eleazar! George! Glad my rather cryptic description of our location did not thwart your finding us.
I've apparated to more vaguely defined destinations than this. Though I confess I may have miscalculated slightly on my first try. Gave quite the fright to some theatergoers in the West End.
It's been much too long. When I received your hour, are you alright? You're hurt.
Perhaps a bit.
Take this. It's Wiggenweld potion. That stuff will right you in a second.
What happened?
Poor George. I can't believe you. What the hell got into that damn thing? Attacking a carriage mid-air? A typical dragon would never.
Professor? Sir, where are we?
I'm not sure. But that key you discovered was clearly a port key.
Port key?
An item enchanted to bring whoever touches it to a specific place.
I'm feeling better, sir, if you'd like to look around a bit.
I would. But stay close. We've no idea who created this port key. Or why.
far did that portkey take us?
Farther from London than the carriage travelled. We're somewhere in the Scottish Highlands.
So, those ruins. Do you
The
think...
portkey was meant to lead us there? I do. This has not been the day either of us expected. But Miriam sent that portkey to George for a reason. And I believe that she, and now George, died in pursuit of whatever it was meant to lead to. If you're sure you're all right and wouldn't mind indulging me, I'd like to have a look around.
Absolutely, sir.
Good. Let's see if we can find a path, however faded it may be. Mind your step.
Where do you suppose your wife got the portkey that brought us here?
A good question. Miriam spent years searching for evidence of a long-forgotten form of ancient magic.
Ancient magic?
Yes, a powerful magic wielded by a rare few that seems to have been lost to time. Hogwarts Castle was built by, and is itself a stronghold of that ancient magic. I don't know where she came into possession of the portkey, but I am certain it was to do with that search. Ah, there's the path down below. This way.
But sir... Searching for evidence of lost magic.
Miriam wanted to understand why such powerful magic disappeared from the wizarding world. Spoke of the good it could do. But magic is no different than any power. What really matters is the one who wields it.
Is that ice?
It's not cold enough here. It appears to be a sort of enchantment. Someone wanted to block this path. Let's see some of that wand work you were practicing. Focus on the center. Excellent! That was a bit rougher than I'd expected. Ah, up there. We're close now, it's just ahead. Steady yourself! Reparo! Almost there!
Why would someone have built this here?
I suspect they valued their privacy. That portkey led us here for a reason. Let's have a look around for anything that seems out of place.
Professor, this statue...
This may have been his home.
That enchanted crystallized stone again. But what could it be blocking? What's this? Professor Fig!
would someone have conjured that enchanted stone here?
And how is there a room behind it?
What room? I don't see anything.
There's that glow again, like the glow on the portkey container.
What in Merlin's name? Godric's heart.
Where are we?
I don't believe it.
Hello?
It can't be. Here we are. When was the last time this vault was accessed?
A goblin has been stationed at my desk for hundreds of years. In that time, no one has visited Vault 12 until today. Vault 12.
Thank you for your help.
What do you suppose we should be looking for?
I'm not sure. Sir, I wonder if you
The
might...
instructions for Vault 12 indicate that I am to grant access to the hold room key and then close the door.
Wait.
Professor?
That was certainly unexpected. Let me think. There must be something here. Revelio, perhaps.
Revelio?
Yes, a revealing charm. No time like the present. Let's see what we're missing, shall we? Ready your wand and focus.
Find your food, baby? You okay? You got food in there. Is it getting too hot? What's wrong? Hey, what's wrong? You got food in there. I can see no hornworms. You making a mess down there? Is that what's going on? I see a big game down there. You okay? Is it getting too hot? You ever take this off? Take that off.
Revelio. There! I saw something.
Move a bit closer and try again.
A door.
Well, that's a start. There's that symbol again. I don't suppose you see a way to...
I do, Professor. That symbol has the same glow as the one I saw in the port key container.
If what you can see reveals the way forward, then I dare say we are about to discover the secret of this vault. Lead the way. Lumos! This is no ordinary vault. I suspect we will need to earn our way out of here.
What do you mean, earn our way out? Do you think this is some sort of test?
I do. But to what end, I can't say. Stay close. There will be no disapparating if things go poorly. Not out of Gringotts.
I see something up ahead.
What is it?
That glow again, but on the floor.
What happened?
When I moved towards the glow, it suddenly seemed as if the ground was swirling about.
Are you all right?
Yes, sir, I'm fine.
You seem to have caused the floor to change.
That statue.
What statue?
I see some sort of statue, but only as a reflection in the floor.
Revelio, I presume this is what you saw reflected in the floor.
It is. The reflection's still there, but the statue's positions don't match. Wait, when you moved, the reflection turned in the direction of the light.
Perhaps you should cast Lumos.
Lumos!
Well done.
Now the reflection is turning towards me. It does follow the light. Professor! Professor Fig! Professor, where are you? This isn't good. Where am I supposed to go? What's happening? The wisps of magic seem to be leading me somewhere. Ah, that's where they're leading me. The glow again. Lumos! Revelio. I suppose I'm on my own this time. Lumos. It seems I have no choice. I'm going to have to fight my way out of here.
There you are. How did you... What is this place?
I don't know. But I found this floating above that basin.
That is no mere basin. That is a pensive for viewing memories. I wonder. Follow my lead.
All is in place.
The portkey is well hidden.
Perhaps too well. I wonder if the path we've created...
May be impossible to follow. It will only be impossible for one who cannot see traces of ancient magic as I can.
Your ability to see what others cannot will not be enough, Percival. We are entrusting the one who embarks on this path with powerful secrets, with knowledge others will do anything to obtain.
Yes, and if we are correct, Charles, the witch or wizard who completes the trials will have proven themselves worthy of that knowledge, and the responsibility that accompanies it.
We've done all that we can.
That's what you're seeing. The glow that surrounded them.
Yes, sir.
Astonishing.
Can I see magic?
Traces of an ancient magic, to be precise. The magic that Miriam had always believed existed, but could never. Miriam, and perhaps George, died in pursuit of knowledge that has been dormant for centuries. And you, it seems, are the key to understanding why. We were... Someone's coming.
Who were they? I don't know. But, sir, you shouldn't be in here.
I was right. Ramrock.
Seems my reputation precedes me. I was beginning to think no one was ever going to visit Rackham's Vault.
And why are you here?
No need for that. Just give me whatever it is you found here and we can let bygones be bygones.
Sir, they have the key to the vault.
Choose your next words wisely.
I only meant that the instructions to Vault 12 were quite clear. Sir, I must insist. I was to grant access only to one with the key, and you didn't cancel.
I have no patience for traitors. Now, where were we?
I'm not giving you anything.
Well, perhaps your young friend here will be more helpful.
Are you all right?
Fine, sir.
I've never seen so powerful a goblin. He seemed wholly unaffected by my magic.
Where are we?
It can't be. It seems those who set up the pensive, the locket, and the path to both wanted someone with your ability to end up here. Come. We have a sorting ceremony to get to. Oh, good. We haven't missed the sorting ceremony. I'm no expert, but that seems more appropriate. Now, I need to study this locket as soon as I can, but first I must contact the Ministry. They need to know what happened to George and be warned of Ranrock. For the moment, I ask that you keep all that's happened this evening between you and me.
Of course, sir.
Thank you. Phineas, Nigellus, Black.
Professor Weasley! We've one more.
Ah, yes. You come here with preferences and preconceptions. Certain expectations.
I'm looking forward to exploring Hogwarts and the world beyond the castle and grounds.
Indeed. Much can be gleaned by having an adventurous spirit, but your professors have a great deal to teach you as well. Oh, but you're brave at heart, exceptionally daring, undaunted by the unknown, willing to forge ahead alone when you must. Perhaps you belong in Gryffindor.
There was one question. One question.
I detect a growing sense of ambition, an eagerness for power. You belong in Slytherin!
Oh, and one more thing. Due to the unfortunate injury on the pitch in last spring...
It's quite uncommon for a student to begin as a fifth year. It may be a bit of a challenge, but one I'm sure you're up for.
I can be quite resourceful.
I suspected as much. This is the...
Looks like everyone's gone.
Ooh.
I suppose some introductions are in order.
Starting Hogwarts.
Oh, that's awesome. Yay!
Did you see the way they just walked around the sorting ceremony last night? Can't imagine starting a new school this late.
Well, I suppose. No.
Can I help you? Ah, you're the new 5th year. I'm Sebastian Sallow. Welcome to Slytherin.
Thank you.
Not everyone has a ministry escort to school.
He was a friend of Professor Fig's who merely joined us for the ride.
Still, impressive. Dreadful way to go, poor fellow. Glad you're in Fig all right.
Professor Fig and I were lucky to escape with our lives.
Indeed. And how did you escape?
It's all still a bit of a blur, to be honest.
Didn't mean to press. You just get yourself settled. We can talk more later.
What book were you reading?
A spell book I picked up. Has a few interesting things, but not exactly what I was looking for. I'm sure you'll find out soon enough. But not every spell you may need can be found in our assigned textbooks.
Are you saying some spells aren't taught at Hogwarts? Which ones?
Seems I may have met a kindred spirit. That is a conversation for another time. It was good meeting you. Good luck today.
What? Okay, wait a minute.
Revelio.
I wouldn't do that.
Sharp will be making faces behind his back.
Well, Madame Kagawa said she's never seen anyone with such formal proof. She even had the rest of the class watch me to see how
I think I heard one.
Doubt mermaids find us that interesting. Ah, based on all the chatter when you entered the common room, I'm guessing you're the new 5th year. I'm Ominous. Ominous Gaunt.
Nice to meet you, Ominous.
Well, you certainly had a memorable arrival.
I'd much rather have arrived on time and without a dragon attack en route.
I'm sure. How horrible. I can only imagine. Well, it's good to have you in Slytherin. Do let me know if I can be of any help as you navigate your first days here.
Were you expecting to be sorted into Slytherin?
Most certainly. My family on my father's side are direct descendants of Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Not something I'm especially proud of, mind you. He was obsessed with blood status, a pure-blood maniac. Unfortunately, most of his descendants do not fall far from that tree.
Did that student say he thought he heard a mermaid?
Yes, but I've never heard of a mermaid showing up outside our common room window. It is fun to play along, though. Been known to keep some first years on the lookout for hours.
Thank you, Ominous. Very nice to meet you.
Pleasure was all mine. Don't be a stranger.
If you do that, you'll lose. Trust me. Ugh, not going to move there, are you?
Here, watch this.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Checkmate. Told you. You should have listened to me. Ah, I know who you are. You're the new Slytherin, the one who barged in with Professor Fig last night. Interesting tactic on your first day, taking all the attention away from the first years. I'm Imelda, by the way. Shame I wasn't with you in Fig. I could have lured that dragon away. My skills on a broom are legendary.
We handled it. And I think you're underestimating the nature of a dragon. A broom would have been kindling.
Not the way I fly. Perhaps one of these days I'll show you a thing or two about flying. I can teach you more than Kagawa ever could. Speaking of which, I'd like to get in some time on my broom before classes.
Do you have a lot of time to fly during school?
I make the time. There's nothing like swerving through the spires of the castle and around the Quidditch pitch to clear the mind.
Are you a keen Wizard chess fan? You knew that boy was going to lose the match.
Not really. Much too sedate a pastime for me. Also, it's simply not that challenging. The moves are always so obvious. Why does no one else see it?
Goodbye, Imelda.
Nice meeting you. Is the new 5th year Slytherin in here? Professor Weasley's waiting for you just by the stairs.
Step just by the stairs.
Good morning. I trust you're ready for your first day at Hogwarts?
I've been dreaming of this day for a long time. Can't believe I'm here.
Well, you are here. Make the most of it. You only have one first day at Hogwarts. Now,
S-O-W-Ls? Yeah?
Yes, after. Here you are.
No.
Thank you, Professor, but what do you mean it will keep track of what I'm learning?
Perhaps seeing it in action will answer any questions you may have. Walk with me and we shall put it to the test. This way. I certainly would have appreciated something like a field guide when I was a student. Using the guide will also train you to be alert to your surroundings.
Potato!
The guide will give you opportunities to practice your magic and educate yourself about wizarding lore. Do keep up! Why don't you cast Revelio on that statue and see what the guide can find?
Finally!
Clever, isn't it? Keep your eyes open for more opportunities like that, inside and outside of the castle. You've been practicing.
What the fuck?
Ah, good timing. Perfect opportunity to show you how to use blue flames to get around a bit quicker. Your field guide contains a map of the castle. Open it up and find Central Hall. And here we are. Quite the time saver. These stairs lead directly to Central Hall. You can get almost anywhere in the castle quickly from Central Hall. Always something happening here. The heart of the hive, Arkham Cross Station, so to speak. That should be all for now. You'll be expected to attend both Charms and Defense Against the Dark Arts classes today. And I'd like to be sure you get to Hogsmeade as soon as possible to replace the supplies you lost on the way here.
You mentioned Hogsmeade, Professor.
Hogsmeade is the only all-wizarding village in Britain and is home to an array of shops and pubs. You should be able to find all of the school supplies you require in Hogsmeade. You will also, I imagine, enjoy many a butterbeer there with friends in due course.
Can you tell me more about the Defense Against the Dark Arts class?
Defense Against the Dark Arts, as the name implies, focuses on how to defend oneself against the evils that lurk beyond these walls. A mastery of Defense Against the Dark Arts is required for those who aspire to become Aurors. Fortunately, we are lucky to have the ever-gifted Professor Heckert in charge of our students' education in that regard.
What will I learn in Charms class?
Exactly what you might expect. Spells, charms, jinxes, all terribly useful. I think you will enjoy Professor Ronan. He's a clever and entertaining wizard, and a talented teacher.
Thank you, Professor Weasley.
A lot to absorb on your first day, and you have much to learn. Happily, your professors have agreed to create additional assignments for you outside of class. You'll be up to speed in no time. Judging by your adept use of Revelio earlier, I'd say Professor Fig succeeded in at least showing you the basics.
He did, Professor.
He's been terribly vague as to the events preceding your arrival. My suspicion is that there's more to the story than a
We did take a bit of a detour on the way here. Ended up exploring some ruins and... I shouldn't say more.
Exploring ruins? Well, I presume Professor Fig has his reasons for keeping the details to himself for now. Professor Fig, your ears must have been burning.
Oh?
Perfectly good boats and carrots.
I wouldn't say I chose them.
Very well. Enough to... Might I rely on you, Professor Fig, to...
Of course.
Good luck today. And remember to use your field guide. And...
Yes, Professor.
Come and find me in my classroom after you... And we'll see if we can't get you to Hogsmeade for those...
It's good to see you, Professor.
Did I hear you and Professor Weasley talking about...
She caught me off guard. I will say, I think she suspects we're not being in touch.
Yes, well, we don't know where this part, and she may feel obliged to share details with them.
Understood, Professor.
Happily, you have the benefit... Speaking of guard, why don't I show you? Unfold it and have a look. The map is enchanted to help you find your way.
This will be incredibly helpful. Thank you.
Now, sounds like you've quite a day ahead. You'll enjoy, Mr. I shall reach out when I have more information about. For now, focus on your classes and...
got?
Professor Hackett!
Perhaps you'd be good enough to blast each other to pieces in your own time. I get new students every year, but I only have one Hebridean black skull. It was a token from the Great Poacher Raid of 1878. No doubt you've heard of it. Now, you may be asking yourself how an old woman like me single-handedly took out the largest poacher ring in eastern Wales and lived to boast about it. Knowledge. To the wise, age matters very little. Today we will review a spell that has saved me from death at the hands of dark wizards more times than I care to remember. Levioso.
Levioso? A levitation charm?
Levioso! A surprised opponent is a weak opponent. Care to defend yourself, Master Pruitt? No? One thing I've learned as an unspeakable is the value of simplicity, especially in the heat of battle. Now, let's practice what we've just learned, starting with something small.
Levioso.
Now, let's try something a little larger. Let us begin with a basic cast. See how the dummy deflected your cast? This time, cast Levioso first, then the basic cast. Remember, Levioso! Now, well done! Very good, but the best way to practice is by duel. We'll start with you two. Duelists, take your marks.
Time for a proper Hogwarts welcome.
Now, I want a fair duel, using only Levioso, basic cast, and Protego. You may begin.
Levioso!
This should be
Nothing lucky about it.
not bad for a beginner. You give as good as you get.
I put you on the spot, and you rose to the challenge. Points to Slytherin.
Thank you, Professor Hackett. Glad to have the opportunity to practice.
If what I've seen today is any indication, we can expect great things from you. I demand excellence from my students. They are capable of achieving it, and they must achieve it. A classroom duel is one thing, but battling dark wizards, or as ever more likely, goblins, is a different kettle of Grindylows entirely.
Understood, Professor.
So, I'd advise you to keep practicing whenever you can. Perhaps Mr. Sallow will have some ideas for you. Again, well done today. I shall reach out soon with additional assignments. All right, that's enough.
I'd hate to face Professor Hackett in a duel.
If you know the right spells, it's dark wizards that'll fear you, not the other way.
Nice work.
I enjoyed that.
Well, that duel was quite something. Everyone will be talking about it.
It was certainly good practice.
Practice? Felt more like I was dueling an expert. Didn't expect a new student to be so deft with a wand. Then again, perhaps this wasn't your first duel.
I've dueled enough. Consider yourself lucky I held back.
Fair enough. You owe me an honest duel when you aren't. You know, You might be a perfect fit for a certain exclusive, unsanctioned dueling organization.
Exclusive and unsanctioned. Count me in.
Excellent. Knew I was right about you. If you want to get the most out of your time at Hogwarts, you're going to need to break the rules now and then. Whether it's joining a secret dueling club, or sneaking into the restricted section of the library, you just have to be clever enough not to get caught.
Thank you.
Good. Perhaps somewhere on... Look for Luke and Brat. Till next time.
Off on another adventure, are we?
I can appreciate Hogsmeade all year round, but there's nothing like it after a fresh snowfall. Frankly, I'd rather limit my excursions to Hogsmeade these days. Too much distraction.
Revelio.
Throughout its existence, and indeed, all witnessed innumerable momentous events.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was.
That tapped unfavourably to the 2,320 Mississippi. MP John Burns replied, "The Mississippi is muddy water, and the Thames is liquid history. Parts of that history, however, are darker than any murky waters. Today, we
Professor Rowan tends to go on a bit. We sometimes have to remind him of the
Thames tours around us.
Here, behind.
Accio.
That is not bad.
You are a swift learner. I see a lot of potential, but remember, potential is nothing without practice. Keep at it. You might just rival Miss Onai here. Very good, everyone. That's enough of that. Well, as you all seem to have the basics down, and then... I've always found that fun goes hand in hand with mastery, as I'm sure the Quidditch players amongst us would agree. So, what better than a bit of sport to put our prowess with the summoning charm to the test, right? So why don't we have our new student start us off? Very simply, cast the hero on one of the sphere. Splendid! That's it! Excellent control there. Very good! Points to Slytherin. But there's certainly no sport in playing without some friendly competition. Miss Onai, would you care to give our new student a bit of a challenge? Come on up. You be the blues, just as before, and Miss Onai, you are playing red. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Here we go!
Very good.
What's this? That is how it's done. I will get you back for that. Be sharp.
A perfect score! Remarkable!
What the you fucking fell off?
Let us make this a bit more interesting, shall we?
I think we are well past interesting at this point.
I'll say.
Enough chatter. Focus now. You will need it. This round settles it all.
Here we go! There we go. Let us see this.
Happens to the best of us.
What's this? Ah, you almost had it.
Very good, both of you. Well done. Class is dismissed. Gather your things on the way out.
Well done back there. You took the loss in stride. Didn't want to go too easy on you. Took me weeks to become proficient with Accio. Took weeks for me to get anything right when I transferred here. It gets easier, I promise.
Thank you, but I've been holding my own.
I appreciate your confidence. I transferred here from Wagadu just before my 4th year. My mother received an offer to teach divination here. Before I knew it, we had left Uganda and were halfway around the world at a new school in a new country.
Well, it's been nice talking and competing with you.
And with you. Ah, I think Professor until next time.
Of course, you can use Accio on
A word, if
you're so inclined.
Well, you're using it on clothing. You know it won't work on humans.
You wanted to speak with me, Professor?
I did.
I trust your first charms lesson lived up to expectation?
Well, an outdoor competition wasn't exactly the lesson I was expecting, sir.
What charm is there in the expected? Miss Onai is a talented witch. Take it in stride. One often gains the most from the battles one has lost.
Of course, Professor. It was a challenging match.
Miss Onai is always a fierce competitor, though I sense that she is a bit distracted of late. Now, Professor Weasley has asked that your professors give you expect to hear from me soon.
You're the new student, aren't you?
Hello, you want...
Samantha Dale. I've been eager to meet you. You're the student everyone's... Hope your first day's going well. You certainly seem to...
Thank you, but it...
My brother William would tell you not to be so humble. Well, better see...
Sebastian told me to see you about a club.
If Sebastian vouches for you, that's all I need to know.
I seem to have a knack for dueling.
Then you've come to the right place.
How does cross wands work exactly?
You show up, I match you with other duelists, and whoever is still standing in the end. It's our way of determining the school's greatest duelist once and for all.
Of course. Dueling's an entertaining pastime.
I agree. Besides, in cross wands, you could duel with a partner if you like. Your first time I'll pair you with Sebastian. Next time, you'll need to bring a partner along, or duel alone. So, care to step into the ring?
Get me in the ring.
Spectacular! Let the fireworks begin!
We'll make you regret signing up.
Nice work! Sebastian wasn't wrong about you. There's strong competition ahead, but keep this up and you could be the next school champion.
Brilliant. Count me.
I shall. Now, it takes time to organise these duels, but check with me later. Again, congratulations on your first cross wands victory. Well fought. Hope to see you back here again.
Leviosa!
What about the room, Professor?
I was thinking the same thing, Deke. Perhaps you could help.
Oh, excuse, Deke.
Ah, there you are. I trust your first classes went well?
They did, Professor.
I heard as much from Professors Heckett and Rowan. Seems Professor Fig taught you quite a bit during your brief detour near... what was it you said? Some ruins? I'd wager there's a good deal more to your travels here than what you've told me. Isn't there?
Let's go. What are you doing? Get your face out of there. You okay? Pinch you? Right. Is this too low? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Okay. I gotta do something about that. You okay? Yes, I gotta fix this. Come here. No, I'm stealing you now. Just come with me. Oh my God, what have you done? Oh my God. You okay? Hey, you okay? Did I pinch you? You alright? You okay? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get you there. You okay? I love you. Oh, let me sit you back down. Can I get one more kiss? Okay. Hey, let me sit you down. Hey, relax. Let me sit you down. Hey! 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 I can't sit you down if you're acting like that. Thank you. Now calm down. Let me sit you down, okay? No, look at me. Look at me. No, look at me. Okay. Hey, look at me. Let me sit you down carefully. There we go. See? See? There we go. You just need to relax. I was literally about to set you down and you started freaking out. You gotta give it a minute, okay? You gotta relax a bit, okay? Is it too hot in here? Is that what you're upset about? Is it too hot? Is it too hot, baby? Is it too hot? Is it too hot? Yeah? Just a second. What's your thing at? Only at 86. How is it too hot? You okay? Pull this back up because it's clearly not high enough. I'm slipping. Hey, I love you. You okay? You okay? Yeah, you. You okay? Thank you for letting me know that fell too far. Thank you for letting me know. I love you. Yeah, I'm gonna leave you be, okay?
Have you and Professor Fig not discussed my training?
He continues to be reticent about the details, mentioning only a few spells. Revelio, was it? And Lumos?
That's correct, Professor.
I see. Like trying to get a sonnet from a streamer. Regardless, you must continue to build upon what you've learned. In that regard, I've asked your professors to help hasten your progress with some extra assignments.
I'm not sure I have time for extra assignments, Professor.
You shall find the time. You'd be astonished to know just how much you don't know. In fact, Professor Ronan will meet you outside momentarily to assign your first one. Now, regarding the trip to Hogsmeade I mentioned earlier, we've arranged to replace the supplies lost on your way here, including seeds, potion recipes, and spellcrafts.
Thank you, Professor.
And Mr. Ollivander will connect you with the perfect wand. You've managed your classes well with a borrowed wand, but you'll find the magic you cast with your own wand to be far...
I've never heard of a spellcraft before, Professor. What is it?
A spellcraft is a recipe of sorts used when conjuring objects. I shall explain more about them when you begin working with transfiguration magic.
Can you tell me more about the potions shop, Professor?
J. Pippin's Potions stocks a wide array of potions ingredients, although they rarely sell recipes. Professor Sharp asks that they have a couple of particular recipes on hand for you.
There's an Ollivander's in Hogsmeade.
There is. Most people are familiar with the shop in Diagon Alley. We're fortunate to have someone like him nearby. Mr. Ollivander is a genuine craftsman and highly skilled wand maker. I would trust no one else to pair me with a wand.
I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade.
Very well. I'd like you to make your first visit to the village with a classmate. Help you get your bearings. Perhaps Sebastian Sallow or Natsai Onai. I've noticed you spending time with them.
I'd like to go with Sebastian.
Glad to hear it. Mr. Sallow is a capable young wizard, and he knows the area. He'll keep you well clear of any of Victor Rookwood's undesirables en route.
Rookwood?
A rather unsavory local. Best to avoid him and his associates, including his right hand of sorts, Theophilus Harlow, if you can. Once you've finished Professor Ronan's assignment, your friend will meet you at the castle doors. No time to waste. The sooner you complete your work, the sooner you can enjoy a butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks.
On Wednesday, the 11th of May, 1887, Edward Hughes was working as a lighterman at Victoria Docks near Rainham. Lightermen used barges known as lighters to ferry goods to and from ships. It was whilst doing this work
there you are.
something floating in the water.
You have a new spell to teach me, Professor.
Indeed I do, and an exceedingly useful one at that. The mending charm, Reparo. Fixes things right up, makes a brew. I have a rig.
I'll start on the top.
It was a canvas sack with a heavy object inside. Intrigued and perhaps hoping he had found some valuable lost cargo.
This is the right area.
In the sack.
Flying pages.
Inside lay a human torso.
Got it.
Authorities were soon in the sea.
That's fine.
A flying page must be around here somewhere. Brilliant.
On Saturday, May the 14th, with coroner C. Lewis and his witness, Dr. Edward.
I trust the preliminary...
I completed the assignments, Professor.
Marvelous. You clear. Let us give the old mending. Remember to be deliberate in your enunciation and movements. I want to...
Yes, sir.
Bruises or other
Remember, your wand is a conduit of your magic.
That's it.
Very good. If you would like to practice learning something, have a go with that broken statue in the alcove by the water. It allegedly symbolizes heartbreak. Perhaps the jilted lover thought it too accurate and lashed out.
Revelio. This cannot possibly be as difficult as it seems. Revelio.
Police theorized that these remains had been dropped into the water from a nearby bridge. Possibly the investigation had a setback when a coroner allowed the recently discovered find.
Hello. I don't believe we've met.
Oh, hello. I'm Lenora. Pardon me if I seem a little distracted at the moment. Everyone thinks I'm utterly bonkers.
If I have the time.
I've been racking my brain. I stumble on something illuminating to solve the mystery.
That spot must be a clue. I should look around in case it's nearby. This looks like the location from the painting. What could be so special about it? Let's get you back to your frame, little moth.
Instead, they believed they were a butcher, hunter, as they would have more experience.
I knew there was a connection. I should tell Lenore that I solved the puzzle of that empty frame. Lenora, I solved the mystery.
You did?
I found the look.
Oh, very logical. You have a knack for... Well, I'm glad someone... The moth.
Revelio.
I should have seen
Someone who is no stranger to uncovering and sometimes macabre stories is Mudlark Nicola White. Nicola searches the river's muddy shores for historical items and discarded objects.
I drifted into mudlarking, to tell you the truth. I moved to London from Cornwall in about 1998, and I found myself on the foreshore, which was a bit like a replacement beach. And as I was walking along, I started to find little bits of pottery and glass, and then one day I found my first coin. I think it was like a George VI, nothing too...
Revelio.
The idea that somebody had lost that 100 years ago or so, and that I was the to hold it in my hand since that person. My favourite kinds of finds are things that I can link back to a
You're in
person
your night
or
clothes.
a place.
I'll be on
Because
my
it
way.
means you can connect with history in a very personal way. For example, I found a lost luggage tag which I was able to link back to a soldier, one who was seriously injured, was operated on, and came home, married his family, died, and then I found his grave.
Lumos.
Nostalgic about leaving one day.
Let's see, the Cara finds. I have found a couple of human jawbones. Now, when you find human remains, you obviously have to notify the police because they want to make sure that they're not recent murder victims. And these jawbones, they were actually forensically analysed by the police. So they dated them to around about the 1700s. And because of where I found them in southeast London, my imagination runs riot, of course, whenever I find something like this. I'm imagining it could come from a prisoner, or perhaps a prison hulk that was moored alongside the River Thames near Deptford. I know that reading about them, these men who were imprisoned on these hulks were often, unfortunately, if they died, just thrown overboard, or buried in unmarked graves, very close to the edge of the river. There's a fragment of pottery here, which I found, which comes from a workhouse. Okay, I've got quite a lot of pottery from different workhouses. It's always been interesting to me that they have their own pottery with their names on it. But that workhouse was apparently time, at least 8 years or so before. She was an inmate of the workhouse. That's her name. Yeah, it is, isn't it? So, as always, when I hold something in my hand like that, I found it. The first thing I do is research it. Then I can like it. Very things, like, plates or served it. The Thames has been referred to as liquid history. You know my birds. Like a giant liquid storybook. London swelled became one of the largest cities of Britain. During this period, more body parts were discovered in several locations in the centre of the city between September the 11th to the 1st of 1880.
Hello, Sebastian. My new charge. I'm told you're in dire need of supplies, and I'm to accompany you into Hogsmeade for them. Is this your...
It is.
Well, I shall. Hogsmeade's a charming little place. Glad Professor Weasley asked me to join you today.
As am I. Thank you, by the way.
Of course. Let's have the best of me in a duel. The way I see it, I'd be wise to keep an eye on you. Speaking of Weasley, she seems to have taken quite a shine to you.
Has she? That's nice to hear.
I'm still surprised that a professor would entrust me with anything, given my detention record.
Spend a lot of time in detention, do you?
Just enough to keep me well-rounded. Speaking of detention, this trip to Hogsmeade might have saved me from one.
Glad I could be of service.
Madam Scribner, the librarian, was on the hunt for me, as is often the case. Professor Weasley came to retrieve me, and I was able to convince old Scribner that I had somewhere to be.
So how did you manage to get on the librarian's bad side?
Well, I suspect it's a matter of differing opinions. She thinks I shouldn't be allowed in the restricted section, and I, on the other hand, am inclined to disagree. Oh, just one moment. This is an excellent spot to gather lacewing flies. They're pretty to look at. If you stew them long enough, they make a powerful potion ingredient.
Merlin's beard from the Forbidden Forest. Look!
What's going on?
See for yourself. Quite a sight, isn't it? You certainly don't see that every day.
You think Poppy's already seen the hippogriffs?
Absolutely. To the left is the Forbidden Forest. Out of bounds to all students. Oh, hence the name.
Precisely. They think it's too dangerous. I think they need to have more confidence in our defensive abilities. Ah! You can see Hogsmeade just past those ruins up ahead. Have you had much of a chance to explore the castle?
A little? It's positively enormous.
It is that. I've been there 5 years and barely scratched the surface. Loads to see, places to discover.
Oh? And you'd like to share with the class?
Perhaps one day. I can't go around telling you all my secrets now, can I? You still haven't told me how you became so good at dueling. I've always thought Thestrals pulling a carriage a bit grim, though I suppose most people don't actually see them at all.
But you can see them.
Unfortunately. But you've seen quite a bit yourself firsthand too. Most notably that dragon attack. Hopefully the rest of your year isn't as eventful. Mr. Moon! He's the Hogwarts caretaker. Looks a bit worse for wear. Hello, Mr. Moon. Have you met our new 5th year?
Pleasure. You might want to turn back, Mr. Sallow. Turn and run.
Is everything all right, sir?
Oh, look right at me! Eyes big as saucers!
What did, Mr. Moon?
Demi guys! Ugly and airy and terrified. I shall be at the castle when safe. Good luck to both of you.
A demi-guise? I don't know what he's putting in his pumpkin juice, but he's obviously had too much of it. I've never seen Mr. Moon in such a state. Mr. Moon is quite the character. My sister Anne thinks he's lovely, but I'd say he could improve a bit as a caretaker.
Oh, is your sister in Slytherin too?
She is, or rather, she was. She's not well at the moment, but she'll be better soon and back at Hogwarts. Honestly, if one could bottle the magic of this place...
Revelio!
I don't know if it's the shops or the people, but there's just something about this. Actually, not to live on still flame. So how would you like to do this? Weasley told me you had a list of things to get, a wand and some other bits.
Yes. Dittany seeds, some spellcrafts, and some potion recipes.
Perfect. Can't wait to see what you do with the new one. And a short list gives you plenty of time to poke around the village. I just have to pop into a shop to find something for my sister. Let's meet up in the town circle when you're finished. Remember, have fun. It's Hogsmeade.
I fucked up. What the fuck? They're so cursed.
Revelio. 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 Revelio.
An inquiring mind.
Revelio. Revelio.
Pardon me, sir.
Matilda's student. I thought I might be. I take it you've had a conjuring lesson.
I'm afraid I...
Ah, but you will soon. Of course it is not without complexity. Stay the course.
That's such...
And I too. Spellcrafts I know, but I shall let a potting table.
I believe so, sir.
Let's look at what we have, shall we? If you're interested, feel free to take a look around at the rest of my inventory.
Why is my money going up? What? Oh, he's not happy.
Revelio.
When this parcel was opened, it contained a maggot-infested torso of a woman. It began to seem like the killer was purposely taunting the police. Permission of the authorities. Jasper Waring used a Smith's murder on October 17th to look for the missing parts of the victim. He found them near the construction site. This discovery alerts the police. Searched the area for what happened days earlier. Medical professionals examined the parts and concluded large stature. It was approximately 20 and 5 foot 9 inches tall. It seemed that the killer had used a ligature on the woman's right arm to prevent blood draining from the cut end. Once more, the cause of death could not be determined. Cuts again indicate the killer had some medical knowledge. Unsurprisingly, the newspapers quickly began to speculate whether Jack the Ripper was behind the torso. The Metropolitan Police said there was no connection. The serial killer himself allegedly wrote to the Central News Agency on October 5th and denied having anything to do with Thames Torso murders. Dear friend, in the name of I swear I did not kill the female whose body was found at Whitehall. If she was not I will hunt down and destroy her. If she was a whore, bless the hand that slew her. For the women of the men shall die, and their blood shall be dust. It has since been speculated that the letter may have been written by a reporter to boost newspapers. After the discovery of the second victim of the torso killer. The inquiry was once again called for the verdict. Found dead. Months passed, but no further discovery, and it seemed as if the killer had vanished. And sadly, this was not to be the case. Unlike previous victims, however, detectives were discover something they failed to thus far. Playing in the Thames near Borsley Down on the morning of Tuesday, June 4th, 1889. They spotted something floating in the murky water and began throwing stones at it. When they took what appeared to be an apron onto shore, the same day, a parcel containing a firearm was found when Sergeant William Briggs examined the parcel, he noticed something interesting. The main had been wrapped in part of the coat and was embroidered.
Revelio.
Was even tossed over the Shelley estate owner. Frankenstein had the movement been inspired by 1818. Just like in the case of the two had been cut with some scholarly discussion as to whether this was a surgeon or the butcher's hand began once more. This victim had been dead approximately 48 hours before the discovery.
Revelio.
But again, the doctors couldn't say how she had died. To add to the tragedy, the woman had been about 8 months pregnant at the time of her death. Although the police failed to locate an L.E. Fisher, this victim remained back when a woman identified the body as that of her daughter, 24-year-old Elizabeth Jackson. Despite this composition, Catherine was able to tell the part belonging to Elizabeth because of the scars on her left arm. The young woman had left her home in Chelsea. In 1888 was last seen by her sister Annie, living and working on the streets. The identification of one of the victims was the
Revelio.
Charles did not go down that path.
Miss Peck from Rudin Peck said a customer lost a deer around here. I know you're not supposed to go down there. I just thought... I'm very sorry, Father. Only she said I might earn a reward. There you are! Oh, finally! I'll have enough of that wind. Oh, well, not meant to be. Also, I knocked over a dust.
Revelio.
On the morning of September the 10th, 1818, peace in Enfield stumbled upon a woman's headless
Revelio.
This time, the victim must have been attached because of the extensive bruising on the back, hip, and arm, indicating she had been badly beaten prior to her death. According to medical professionals, the victim had been killed about a day before the discovery of the torso. The police surgeon, Dr. Baxter Phillips, noted that the cut surfaces at the hips were dry and black while the neck was moist and red, and it was determined the woman had died of blood loss. To this point, the precision of the wounds the torso killer inflicted had helped separate his victims from the mangled remains of those of their own. However, the abdomen of this latest gruesome discovery had been mutilated. Could this murder have been committed by Whitechapel's most notorious criminal? Phillips, who had examined the bodies of the victims, didn't think so. Chief Inspector Donald Swanson also believed these remains were part of the Thames torso murders and not one of Jack's. For the torso murders, the authorities' most significant challenge was the lack of witnesses and potential suspects. They just didn't know where to look, where to even begin. And before long, the case grew cold. Meanwhile, the Ripper murders dominated the front pages and people's minds. Despite their gruesomeness, the Thames torso murders were pushed to the background. Unlike in the Ripper case, not a single person has been named as a person of interest or a suspect in the torso killings, other than Jack the Ripper himself. Over the years, it has been speculated whether all 4 victims were connected and whether they were killed by the same person. Some even believe that several murders that occurred years prior may also be connected to the case. And while many experts have discounted any connection between the torso and Ripper killings based on the modus operandi, the debate continues. More than 135 years after the first body was found, the torso murders will likely remain a mystery forever. Thank you for watching, and a special thanks to our members and our patrons who help to make it possible for us to get on location and film. A special thanks to Nicola. I found it fascinating, her explaining what mudlarking is and telling us her stories of her personal finds up and down the shores of the Thames. Right then, take care, and I'll see you next time with another story from the You say, well, I never.
Oh, you're hungry? Baby. That's you. Stop scratching at it. Hey, that's you. It's not, that's a reflection. That's a reflection, baby. Chill out, it's okay. Think of it as a mirror. It will show you what you look like. What you look like. It's not another lizard, it's you. It shows you what you look like. Yes. Think of it as like, if you have an owie on your face, you can look at it and see how bad the owie is. Okay? Okay? Think of it as if you get an owie on your face, or on your hand, you could use it to take a look. Okay? Okay? All it does is show you. Okay? The other lizard is you. Okay? Go, bud, wait. Careful, careful. Let me move your tail. Hey, I'm moving it over here so you don't accidentally push it into the sun, into the heat lamp, and then burn your tail. Yeah, gotta have your butt like this because you'll be punching this. And remember how you keep moving your tail away because you're like, ow, ow. It's very hot. That's why I put your tail over there. Okay? Okay, babies? I don't want you getting hurt. Okay? So don't get upset at me. What is it down here?
Revelio. Revelio.
In 1860, Florence Nightingale heralded the dawn of modern nursing when she established her first nursing school. Inspired by the horrors she had witnessed during the Crimean War, she envisaged nursing as being a way to provide better and safer care for all. 25 years later, a woman would emerge who would be her direct antithesis. Instead of seeing nursing as a way to help people, she used it to gain their trust before taking their lives. In today's episode of Well I Never, we explore the case of Jane Topham. Jane Topham was born Honora Kelly to Irish parents in Boston, Massachusetts, at some point during the mid-1850s. As the uncertain birth date may suggest, details about her early life are sparse. What we do know, however, is that her mother Bridget died of tuberculosis when she was very young, leaving her and her two sisters to be raised by their alcoholic father, Peter. Alongside being a heavy drinker, their father was also abusive, with some of his actions bordering on psychotic. One story states that he once tried to sew his own eyelids closed, but there is little evidence of this claim. Whatever his mental state, the poor treatment of his daughters saw the two youngest, Delia and Aurora, taken from him in 1860. The pair were then placed in the Boston Female Asylum, which, despite its name, operated as an orphanage. Honora would spend just under 2 years at the orphanage before she was taken on as an indentured servant by a woman named Mrs. Anne Topham. Indentured servitude involves a person signing a contract to agree to supply labor for a set number of years without salary. In Honora's case, she worked in return for being raised by Mrs. Topham. Honora would take Anne's last name, but was never formally adopted by her. Despite this, Anne insisted that she also change her first name to something less Gaelic, as she held a deep-seated dislike of the Irish. Thus, Honora Kelly became Jane Topham. She would spend many years with Anne and Anne's biological daughter Elizabeth, she would continue to serve the no received pay, even after Anne passed away and Elizabeth got married. It would be until 1885 that Jane decided it was now time to leave Topham House. She also decided that she no longer wished to be a servant, and so enrolled at the Cambridge Hospital's nursing school in 1887. She quickly found herself working many 12-hour days, but she faced them without a smile on her face. This image was a far cry from the first time Jane had pursued academia. After leaving the orphanage, she was enrolled in a school but found it difficult to make friends. This was largely down to her penchant for telling tall tales and spreading barbarous falsities about those she disliked. Despite her newfound popularity, Jane still had a habit of spreading gossip about those she disliked, and on at least 2 occasions, this led to the subject of her story. Her patients, however, were largely spared when it came to Jane's tales, not because she liked them, but because if she disliked one, she'd simply take the situation into her hands. You see, while she liked many of those places to care, Tommy felt that the older patients were a burden. She would openly state that she thought there was no use in keeping them alive, and so she began to run her own experiments on them. Jane was particularly interested in pharmacology, the science of drugs, and their effect on living systems. When left unwatched, she would often administer large amounts of opium to elderly patients and observe how they reacted. While these so-called experiments initially caused illness and sedation, they would soon result in death. Instead of guilt for her actions, the death gave Topham a sick buzz, and she and the poisonings continued. She began to administer atropine in an effort to elicit a more convulsive reaction and at the same time obfuscate the presence of opium. It's thought that during her time as a student nurse, Topham killed at least 12 patients. Others she would bring to the brink of death before nursing them back to health to fool her peers into believing she was a skilled practitioner. Even the patients she liked weren't immune from her twisted ways, as it's thought that she would drug and falsify the records of those she was on well with in an effort to prolong their stays with her. In 1889, Jane's nurse training came to an end, but she still needed to serve an amount of time before she could qualify for a nursing license. To this end, she managed to land a position at the Massachusetts General Hospital. Things started well for Johnny Jane, but the staff at Massachusetts General kept a closer eye on patients and their records than those at Cambridge. On several occasions, Jane's tampering with medical records and the high dosages she was giving to patients was spotted by her superiors. However, instead of suspecting foul play, they simply put it down to ineptitude. During her time at Massachusetts General, a strange new angle to her crimes was first revealed. A patient named Amelia Finney was placed in Topham's care after an operation. She states that the nurse gave her a sour-tasting drink, which caused her to convulse and drift in and out of consciousness. Jane climbed into her bed, stroked her hair, and kissed her face, while telling Amelia it would all be all right soon. Topham was then disturbed by someone and fled the scene. Amelia survived, but believed her experience to have been some kind of fever dream. Despite her
What are you up to now?
at the new hospital, Topham's reputation among her fellow nurses quickly soured, and she was suspected of stealing cash and jewelry. So when she decided to leave without permission on one day in 1890, her bosses seized on the opportunity and dismissed her. After a short stint as a private nurse,
The J. Pippin's potions.
Pardon me, sir.
Oh, thank... I said... How may I help?
Professor Weasley, sir.
You're the student. I set your things... Is it not the most...
A potion?
What can I do for you today?
A wise decision. Feel free to take a look at the rest of my inventory, or come back another time if you're in a rush today.
Money.
A wise decision. Thank you.
She continued her cruel practices, along with elderly patients. She also attempted to poison a trainee nurse named Mattie Davis. Unlike her previous stint at Cambridge, this time her
A wise decision. Thank you.
doses and the higher than average death rate of those in her care didn't go unnoticed. Though, as with her time at Massachusetts General, this was put down to incompetence rather than malice.
A wise decision. Thank you.
As she had not served enough time at either hospital to be awarded her nursing license, Toppin offered her services as a freelance private nurse instead. The switch proved to be a prosperous one for Jane.
A wise decision. Thank you.
Her stealing from patients, by 1895 she had become one of the most successful private nurses in Boston. This move didn't put a stop to her murderous ways. Toppin was now lodging at
A wise decision. Thank you.
Cambridge, along with the landlord, Israel Dunham, and his wife, Lovely. By all accounts, the couple seemed to be well liked, but according to Jane, 83-year-old Israel was rude and fussy.
A wise decision. Thank you. Very good. Never hurts to keep my stocks replenished.
By now, Jane felt untouchable and murder had become second nature. While her victims to this point were people she had no real connection to, her next murder would be much closer to home. In 1899, she made her vacation, renting a cottage on Cape Cod. This was a regular getaway for Jane.
I hope to see you again. Farewell for now.
Growing up, Anne Toppin had never been shy in telling Jane exactly where she stood in the pecking order. Elizabeth was her real daughter, while she would always be the Irish cast-off that was lucky to be there. Although Elizabeth never felt that way, she unknowingly became a symbol of the bitterness and anger Jane felt towards her mother. Several days into her stay at the cottage, Elizabeth suffered what doctors described as a complicated stroke, which left her from which she would never wake. Words of comfort her. She sees us with a voice of eternal indignation. The last person connecting Jane to her unhappy childhood must have been her. They had appreciated. However, you would be wrong. The death of Elizabeth, Jane had been setting her sights on her victim, moving further away from the MO of ending the lives of others was serving no use. The experience's use was too evident. In fact, it was the reason Jane let her go. Ida Collins was, she believed, good friends with Toppin. She was also the matron of St. John's Episcopal School, a position that provided a good regular wage, an apartment, and a maid servant. Jane coveted the job, and so when Ida fell ill, she was quick to offer her services. Unsurprisingly, Ida Connor's condition quickly deteriorated. At her funeral, the murderous nurse played the role of a distraught friend as she spoke to the Dean of St. John's. She explained to him that the timing was particularly tragic, as Ida was planning to take an extended break. In fact, she was going to recommend that Jane stand in for her while she was away. The Dean offered her the role, and after taking a few moments to reflect, Jane said she would accept, stating she owed it to Myra. plan had worked, and she now had it all she had so desired. It wasn't to last, and she was asked to resign after graduating in management school. This setback would have left her furious and would be tied anyone who should dare to get alongside of her.
Revelio.
I'll be right with... Ah, it's you. Just a moment, please.
Hello, sir. I'm looking for...
For a new wand, yes. It's about time.
Yes, about time?
Well, you're our new fifth-year student, are you not? What am I saying? Of course you are. Gerbold Ollivander's the name. But of course, you'll have heard of the Ollivanders, I'm sure. Finest wand makers in the world. It's a pleasure to meet you. How intriguing. Curious indeed. How intriguing. Curious indeed. How intriguing. A dragon heartstring wand is most powerful and learns quickly. Ah, phoenix feather. Exceptionally rare, and a core with a strong sense of initiative. A unicorn hair wand is most reliable and faithful to its owner. What do you think? Extraordinary. Another wand, another beginning of a bright and magical future. Now, how did that feel?
Good. Different. I sensed a sort of surge of some kind.
A match. Your connection seemed particularly powerful. The right wand will learn from you, just as you learn from it.
I'm eager to try it out.
I would imagine so. A wand with a dragon heartstring core is capable of dazzling magic. And the bond between you and your wand should only grow stronger. Do not be surprised at your new wand's ability to perceive your intentions, particularly in a moment of need.
That sounds wonderful, Mr. Ollivander.
I'll let you get to it. Do come and see me again if ever I can be of further assistance.
Revelio.
Hello.
Revelio.
Hello there. Please come in.
Pardon.
Oh!
Not at all.
No. In addition, but what? Let me guess. You're after something fresh.
Do have a look around. Plenty of ingredients to pique your interest, I'd wager.
Oh, that's everything. Better go and find Sebastian.
Now, you let me know if there's anything else I can help you with.
Just my money is going up every time I purchase something. Oh look, I purchased it from the guy. Oh look at this. Oh look, another 15k for me, even though it costs 15k. Woo!
No one can say I don't keep a stacked shelf.
Revelio.
Watch yourself. Let's have a easier one.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Ooh, sorry I'm in a bit of a tizzy. I was just scolding some of the plants for spitting and nipping. I suppose it's my own fault for putting more than 4 to a tray. By the way, Beatrice Green is the name, but you may address me as Madam Green. Welcome to Dogweed and Deathcap. Oh, mind you don't knock the mandrakes. Oh, if there wasn't the constant demand for antidotes, I wouldn't need to stock so many of the little dears. Except, of course, for curses. And, well, if you've been petrified, then obviously you've come to the right place. Mind you don't knock the mandrakes. Oh, if there's an uprooting, you'll be the next one to drop dead, and I'm in no mood for a clear-up.
Someone died here.
Aye. Fortunate, really, that it was just the one. Now then, how may I help you today?
I think I'll just have a look around for now.
Very well. Let me know if you see anything you like.
What do you have for sale?
Well, what say we show you some of what's available? Oh, I'm always thrilled when a young one makes a wise purchase. I can tell you are. Doors always open. You be sure to stop by soon.
Revelio. Lumos. Revelio.
Lumos.
I haven't fed them yet.
I officially have all of my supplies.
Excellent.
Did you get what you needed for your sister?
I did. So I suppose the world is our oyster now. Let's see what else we can get up to.
Draw it away from the building! Away from the village!
Watch this. And jump out of the way. And watch what happens. Watch this. Watch this in front of you.
Are we weakening at all? Keep at it! We'll wear us down anything. That's right, you lumbering lads. He's faltering. A few more hits should do the job.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Goodness! A second troll! Did you two take on a fully grown troll?
I suppose so.
Merlin's beard!
We are, and we were glad to help.
If you are unharmed, perhaps the two of you wouldn't mind helping me put a few things back to where they were. Singer! Officer Singer!
Which one was Reparo?
Reparo.
I'll go to the boss.
Lucky they didn't do more damage. Last thing for Officer Singer to worry about. Revelio.
Mr. Hill was just singing your praises.
Revelio. Reparo. Revelio. Hello, sir. I don't believe we've met.
Allow me to introduce myself, Augustus. I should like to thank you for your remarkable bravery in fighting those trolls, and not to mention your help.
I was happy.
Frankly, I own Gladrag's wizard wear and a mum, and as I suspect this won't be your last day.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
It's the least I can do.
Now, let's try this on for size, shall we? Plenty for your perusal today. Take your time.
No.
I suspect you have a sharp eye for fashion.
I'd say we've earned a butterbeer or two, wouldn't you? Might help me forget that I was almost pulverized by a troll.
I'd say that I agree with you.
Perfect. The 3 broomsticks is just this way.
I sell even more battle-worthy items.
No, 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 no.
Should you be inclined, you're most welcome to peruse my shop at your leisure. You won't be disappointed. That's a Gladrat's promise. You won't be disappointed. That's a Gladrat's promise. I suspect you have a sharp eye for fashion. Be sure to stop by whenever you're about. I suspect you have a sharp eye for fashion. sure to stop by whenever you're about.
Assuming it isn't utter bedlam in there, you might even meet Serona, the owner. She's a good one to know. And on that note, I think we should head back to the castle. I'm certainly glad, Serona.
I can see that. She didn't seem at all intimidated by Rookwood and Harlow.
I think you'll need to tell me why Victor Rookwood has you in his sights. But we can talk later. For the moment, we should return to the castle. Professor Weasley's certain to hear about the troll attack soon if she hasn't already. Don't want to risk another detention.
Unfortunately, a woman also named Mattie Davis chose this moment to have a pointed conversation with Topper. Mattie and her husband Alden owned the cottage on Cape Cod where Jane had murdered her sister. After Elizabeth's death, the couple paid any rent owed for that year. That was 1890. It was now 1901, and despite her still using the property, Jane was still not paying rent. In an effort to rectify the situation, Mrs. Davis travelled from Bourne to Boston to talk things out face to face. She found Jane boarding with a couple named Eliza and Melvin Beadle. Mattie then had a brief conversation with the nurse before Jane went to fetch her a glass of fizzy water. As she drank it, she may have noticed it had a strange sour flavour. Toppin had laced the water with more food.
Come and see me. I've discovered something in the locket we found at Gringotts.
Taste. When Mrs. Davis took ill, the Beatles allowed her to stay in a spare room. When a doctor arrived to check on her,
Revelio.
Took it to one side and explained how the Mattie not long after her arrival. With seemingly nothing to be suspicious of, and capable nurse already on site, the doctor left Mattie in Toppin's care. Miss Jane toyed with Mattie, varying the doses of the drugs she gave so as to keep her in a hellish limbo. Touched by the care they believed Jane had shown their matriarch during her final days, the Davis family invited her to stay with them. Everything Jane told them tried seemingly painless, but she now felt as though she could do anything. This night, while staying with the Davis family, she decided to push them further. It's claimed that she began to start small fires in and around the property, claiming a mysterious stranger she had apparently seen hanging around in the area. Something else she spotted also piqued her interest, a tin of arsenic kept inside a shed. She had never used the potent poison in any of her previous murders, as it was too easy to detect.
Lumos.
Bringing a new type of pain to her victims proved too tempting. A new deadly plot was soon afoot. After the death of their mother, the Davis daughters, Genevieve and Minnie, had gathered around to support their elderly father, Alden, and were also staying in the house. Genevieve, in particular, was hit hard by her mother's death. Where most would see a person in need of support, Jane saw an opportunity. To Alden and Minnie, she made money for Genevieve, expressing fear that she had at the tin of arsenic in the shed. With the seeds planted, once again, no one suspected Toppin. When days later, Genevieve died from arsenic. The taking of his life being a taboo subject at the time.
Lumos.
Perhaps hoping to secure her
Lumos.
Continued. 2 weeks after Genevieve's death, Jane
Might some kind soul help me?
his death, being put down to grief. It would be mere days before the Toppen completed the annihilation of the Dennis family with the final victim, Minnie Toppen.
Revelio.
Help me with my sad predicament.
Are you alright?
Don't you know who I am? Zenobia Noak, the girl whom everyone at school hates for no reason.
Everyone hates you. Why?
Because Hogwarts is full of bullies and spoilsports. Leander Pruitt's one of the worst, that no-talent moon mind. I wanted to make some new friends, and so I brought my collection down to the common room. My gobstone collection, that is. I was hoping someone would want to play. Are you familiar with gobstones? Little balls, like marbles. Ground game. And if you lose, they spray you with a foul-smelling liquid.
Gobstones? Sounds like a fun challenge.
That's what I tried to tell everyone. People can be so cruel. Just because they're sprayed all over with smelly gobstone spit, it's their own fault for losing. Imelda is one of the worst losers. Everett and Astoria are terrible as well. And now those poor losers have taken my gobstones and hidden them in very high places all over the school.
Rather an overreaction on their part.
I'll say. Anyway, I can't work out how to get them back on my own. I don't think I know the necessary spells yet. I need someone, perhaps a selfless and talented 5th year to help me.
Haven't you any friends at school?
Not really. Natty said hello once, but not a word since.
Do you have any suggestions on how to get your gobstones down from their hiding spots?
If I knew that, I'd get them myself. Whoever hid my gobstones that high got up there somehow.
I'll see what I can do.
I'd appreciate the help. If you do find all of my gobstones, do come and see me again. I'll be back to playing Snake Pit and Jackstone by myself in no time.
Hello, Zenobia.
I need someone to collect my...
Revelio. Revelio.
There is such a thing as trying too hard.
Revelio. Lumos. Revelio.
What the fuck? What the? She's dancing while she's being lit on fire. Jeez,
I
my
adore the
lord.
hogwarts near the coast. They're a bit damp, but...
Revelio.
should free them. You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before Incendio.
So that's working.
Hello, Mora. Revelio. Revelio. Hello, Mora.
Despite Jane's belief that she was untouchable, the death of the entire family in the space of 40 days was bound to raise suspicion. And so it did. One man in particular, Minnie's father-in-law, Captain Gibbs. Despite initially being quite taken with Johnny Jane and his attitude towards her began to change. Told Jane something she fumbled for a response. The incident played on his mind, and he acted on it until he was encouraged by his Minnie's husband, Harry, who informed him that on her deathbed, Mary would flinch and seem panicked whenever Jane drew near. Captain Gibbs wasn't alone in his suspicions. A doctor named Ira Cushing also had his doubts about the deaths. He had seen a bright and sprightly Alden Davis in the day of his death. Perplexed that he had gone downhill so fast, the doctor contacted Captain Gibbs and the pair used their connections to set an investigation in motion. Soon after, the bodies of Mary and Genevieve were exhumed to be examined, and the detective, John Patterson, was assigned to tail Johnny Jane wherever she went. Now she was finished with the Davis family, Jane returned to the estate in an effort to place the final pieces of the grand plan into position. Death had left her husband alone. With his wife's death, he had inherited the Taubman estate. This was the ultimate prize for Jane. The unwanted child who was never mentioned, finally getting the keys to the castle. Death, she would have to use a different this time, she would attempt to seduce Oromel and replace her sister as his wife. While her goal and her tactics were the same, and she decided the best way to bond with Oromel would be to comfort him after the loss. Her next victim was his sister, Edna Bannister, who was visiting at the time. This new approach doesn't seem to have proved too successful, so Jane decided to change tack. She poisoned Mortimer, but not in an effort to kill him. No, this time around, she planned to win his affections by nursing him back to health. Once more, however, her advances were rebuffed. Enraged, she threatened to reveal to the town that she was pregnant with his child. This was a lie, and once this approach failed too, she overdosed on morphine. With her experience with the drug, it's likely she would have known how much would need to be taken to prove fake. This doesn't seem to have been 14, and after a short stay in hospital, she was discharged. She then retreated to New Hampshire, where she stayed with a friend till her wounds had recovered. While she had been trying out fentanyl, Mortimer, a toxicology report revealed traces of arsenic in Minnie's body. With this discovery, it wasn't long to make her arrest. In no time at all, local and then national newspapers jumped on the story. Though Jane had only been charged with the murder of Minnie, journalists dug deep to discover the long string of deaths that Toppin left in her wake, and wasted no time at all filling the names of those who died along with wild speculation.
Oh, will they ask you a question now, isn't it? Grubby little faces. Oh, no. That humans now.
Lumos. That had since been found in both sisters' bodies. However, you'll recall that it's thought that arsenic had only been used in Genevieve's murder. How can it also be found in her sister? Had Toppin slipped up? The answer came when the undertaker who had prepared the sisters' bodies for burial revealed that arsenic was a main ingredient in the embalming fluid he had used. This revelation left the prosecution reeling. The defense were handed another boost when it was revealed that the Davis family doctor, Leonard Latta, had recently passed away. This gave Jane the out, claiming that if he was still alive, his evidence would clear her of any wrongdoing. It would be the man who had initially set the investigation in motion and would inadvertently set the case against Toppin. Frustrated with how things were progressing, Captain Paul Gibbs gave an interview to the Boston Journal. In it, he stated that he thought the prosecutors were underestimating the nurse, believing that she would use such an easily detectable poison, such as arsenic. He posited his belief that she had, in fact, used a mixture of morphine and atropine in the murders, and that the motive may have been financial, as $500 Alden Davis had on his person at the time of his death had disappeared. This sparked the investigators and the prosecution back into life.
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
Captain Gibbs had suspected. A pharmacy owner also came forward stating he had sold Toppin a large amount of morphine. Now armed with a growing mountain of evidence, the prosecution pushed for a grand jury session to decide if a raft of new charges could be brought against Jolly Jane. The session took place in December 1901, and the jury quickly came to the conclusion that there were grounds for Jane to be indicted on these new charges, which included the murder of John Davis. The media storm around the case had not subsided and had, in fact, turned up a face from Jane. Indeed, an almost distant past. The Boston Herald had managed to secure an interview with a woman named Jeanette Snow. She was Jane's biological cousin.
Presence of such arrogance.
Childhood.
Aloha Mora.
Of a strange relation, and the fact his sister ended up in an asylum. In January of 1902, lawyer Fred Bixby joined the defense team, and the case against Toppin grew each day, and later facing leading questions about the mental state. He pushed her examined by psychiatrists in March of that year. That happened. After this, Jane
I'd better keep an eye on
into bed with the dying victims and then she got
School for Zenobia's gobstones.
Revelio.
Well, that's one of Zenobia's gobstones. I hardly see what all the fuss is about.
She was found not guilty by reason of insanity and committed to the Taunton Asylum. It was only after the trial that Jane's attorney revealed that she had confessed to him that she had committed 31 murders. Jane herself would later reveal to papers, quote, "I have given the alienists and Herbert Parker the names of 31 persons I killed. But, as a matter of fact, I killed many more whose names..."
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones. Revelio.
Until I ended the lives of the Davis family. End quote.
Revelio.
Initially, Jane seemed to take to life inside Taunton rather well. Perhaps believing she could leave after a few years. This wasn't to be, however, and eventually, asylum life began to get better. She pleaded that she was nothing like the other inhabitants of Taunton. In a letter to psychiatrist Dr. Henry R. Stockman, she wrote, quote, "I don't appear like these other patients. I can read a book and tell everything. I don't have bad thoughts, so I don't see where moral degeneracy comes in."
Revelio.
In 1904, the house haunted by phantoms last went she dropped in weight from roughly 200 pounds to around 60. Reported that she would soon join the victims in the afterlife. Despite appearing to be at death's door, she said, stages of recovery. Perhaps this had been another of her plans. Jane Taunton would never escape eventually dying there in 1938. The final years spent as an elderly patient, but she had shown such Thank you for watching. If you've enjoyed this episode, consider becoming a channel member to get access to some of the bonuses. Right then, take care, and see you next time with another story to make you say, "Well, I never."
Revelio.
Revelio.
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
Revelio.
Lumos.
Revelio.
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
30 days of necessities. Craft tools, build a shelter,
Revelio.
delve into dungeons, and slay a series of bosses. If you haven't heard of it, Necess is a survival crafting game combining Terraria, Room, and Minecraft all into one. Start out with nothing and build a base.
Revelio.
Automate the crafting by ordering your villagers to craft, farm, and fight for themselves without needing any help. Before I get started, I discovered this game because my YouTube friend called me Kevin, so go check out his video on Necess after this. If you want to watch the full playthrough, I stream this on my Twitch channel and posted the series to my VOD channel. Without any further ado, one man on the first day in the middle of the forest biome with an axe and sword in my inventory near a little shack with an old man living in it. After placing down a flag, I named our settlement the Morning Woods. I got right to work. I chopped down a few trees for wood and saplings, killed a cow for some leather, and at last accepted my first quest from the Elder to venture down the settlement ladder into the dark to retrieve some fangs from a vampire living in a dungeon below. Since it would be a long quest, I gathered more supplies, stocking up on wood to create a crafting table, and tools, pickaxe, bow, and spear, and then I killed more animals for food to fill my hunger bar and have extra for once I began spelunking. After the sun set on the first day, mobs spawned on the surface, so at nightfall I made my first embarkment down into the dungeon below. It was dark beneath the surface, so I placed torches all around me, lighting up stone ruins, minecart tracks, ores of precious metals, and even local magma below, hidden in the underdark. I looted the chests and furniture in the ruins, beds, cabinets, then arrows, gold, and healing and mana potions. I chipped away at the copper with my pickaxe, stuck with wood, and it was a slow process. I knew I'd need to find iron elsewhere in the cave, a stronger ore for forging better tools, weapons, and armor. So I ventured into the dark, where I encountered zombies, guarding the precious veins rich with iron ore. I fought them off, mined the ores, and returned to the surface the next day at daylight to smelt the ores in a forge in a room in my cabin. Then I used some of the rocks I'd collected to lay a set of stone pavers for the front of my cabin, and I built an anvil from the iron bars I'd forged with the ores I'd mined from beneath the surface. Now I get spelunk below once more in search of more iron to create my tools and weapons. The iron was harder to locate this time, and in my next adventures I struggled my way past giant spiders guarding the rare veins of the Underdark. At last, when I returned to the surface, I'd gathered enough iron to forge and craft a new pickaxe, far superior to my wooden one, and which helped me get enough wood to construct a cabin and start organizing all my loot and supplies from the rich caverns beneath. The next day I found a hunter roaming in the woods nearby, whom I recruited to join our settlement for a price of 265 coins and 32 pieces of leather, but he still needed supplies to start work on a second building for our settlement. By the fourth day, I'd completed furnishing on the second cabin, floored, walled, and complete with a bed for comfortable lodging. I also gathered up all the spider glands I'd collected from fighting the giant arachnids below the surface and crafted a spider staff, summoning a small
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
Revelio! And a welcome one for when I returned below the surface the next night. Now with a companion doing all my damage for me and protecting me, it was much easier to gather precious below the surface. And I was at last able to complete my first quest by killing a vampire in the village and retrieve its fangs and return them to the village elder, who rewarded me with
That's one of Zenobia's gobstones. I hardly see what all the fuss is about.
protector. Preparing for the first boss, climbing back down to
Just one more gobstone.
pickaxe and sword, then a full suit of iron armor, as well as more spider glands to craft a spider helmet, allowing me to summon a tiny second arachnid familiar and a sparkler, an iron wand that shot fire from its tip. The next night, when Raven attacked himself, I was able to smash them all on my own without losing any villagers. At last, I was ready to summon the first boss. So the next day, I chopped down the nearby trees to clear the area, making space to house the new villagers that just recruited, the blacksmith, the fisherman. All this just as night fell when I opened a portal to summon Evil's protector to our base. Since I'd done so much to prepare, the fight was quite routine, and my tiny spider companions performed most of the work. After the fight, the boss dropped a silver guy, granting a damage bonus to my spider familiars, as well as a trinket for some that allowed me to perform a quick dash. And last, but certainly not least among these treasures, even work, which I consumed double my buildings to 200. After the fight, I crafted a demon workstation to begin work on the next series of weapons and armor. There would be many to craft if I wanted to grow stronger. The elder rewarded me for fighting the demon with a lunchbox and helped consolidate my inventory of all the food I'd accumulated. My next set of quests would lead me to the snow region. So after a little more preparation and lunching, I crafted a full set of spider armor, granting me a third tiny spider.
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
Into usable bars for crafting more armor and weapons to help defend our settlement. And then I was off. I ventured west toward the snow region in search of frozen dwarves, and perhaps the deadliest enemy I'd face yet, the Spider Queen, whom I accidentally summoned twice at the same time, leading me to a humiliating series of failures where I face-planted directly into the snowy underground rock beneath me. So after a long montage of grinding levels, setting my villagers to work on the farms I planted, and visiting the void dungeons to obtain stronger items to bolster my combat prowess, I was finally able to return to the dungeon to slay the giant Spider Queen, but only with the deadly force of hundreds of frozen ice spears I'd stacked up, combining my time in preparation. 15 spider glands and a frost piercer, a weapon that lets you literally summon icicles that surround you and seek out nearby enemies like telepathic heat-seeking missiles. These require more than slaying the Spider Queen, my strongest enemy yet. So I returned home triumphant. My villagers intent I set about next task, killing the nefarious Void Winter, the next major boss located in the subterranean lair to the south. I crafted a fresh white armor to further enhance my damage and summons, snowballing my power, and now, aided by my 3 spider companions, as well as my icicle missiles, the Void Wizard was no match and dropped his pendant, as well as his powerful Void Staff, which is basically a magical laser, and Void Shards to craft more powerful armor and weapons. Put me back at home with the Void Pouch, further expanding my inventory and adding to the growing snowball of all my capabilities. But there were still other biomes to explore. The next would be the swamplands to the south. Unfortunately, enemies in the swamps were much stronger than me, and I needed to return home a few times to manage the settlement to make sure all my workers were happy and well taken care of. They don't have a bed or their needs go unfulfilled. They refuse to work and perform their tasks in the base. They just stand there, milling about. So after my return home and handling a few management tasks in the base, I armed up, forging a new set of green ivy armor to defend myself from the giant swamp worm, a massive enemy that leaps and burrows its way through the underdark. It quickly became apparent when I began fighting it that I was clearly outclassed by this enemy. But instead of being humiliated and defeated,
turrets
Rebellion.
on a normal basis now. I trapped the shoot invaders with fire at the entrance, and at last I recruited more villagers, including guards, to protect the town, and I built them all homes in a well-protected grid. At last, I delegated the production lines, ordering the miners to extract the minerals from the earth, and instructing the blacksmith to forge the ores into metal blocks and armor my guards, and the villagers themselves too. And at last, instead of the swamp, I ventured into the desert instead, in search of quartz which would fare far better in combat than the ivy ore I'd been using for armor up till this point. Then all of a sudden, when I was exploring, I accidentally summoned the giant desert vulture, an enormous bird that shoots smaller birds at you. Fortunately, I was able to spot its movement patterns and just barely slay it with only 16 hit points remaining. As a reward, it dropped the vulture staff, an even more powerful summoning weapon, which let me replace my tiny spider familiars with larger, meaner birds. And although I lamented the loss of my spider companion, these birds
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
necessary for slaying the final bosses. So I returned home and forged my winnings into a new set of quartz armor. Now I was stronger than ever before, and I used my new traps and aid from my guards to fend off a great raid on the west side of my base. After fending off the raiders, I recruited a guard and a wizard from my base to join me once more in an adventuring party as we returned to the lair of the giant worm monster lurking beneath the swamplands. We fought valiantly, but unfortunately I died. So I went back up to the service, worked on the base a little more, fought the giant desert vulture a second time to get even more powerful, and last but not least, I recruited an even bigger adventuring party to join me against the giant swamp worm. 3 guards and a wizard, and then I bought them a machine gun, a shotgun, and a sniper. That's right, this game has handguns, and I didn't know it all along. Can you imagine a wizard with a sniper rifle? Thankfully, due to the power of guns, we overcame the giant swamp worm and defeated him once and for all. At which point I returned home to the Elder and I unlocked the Waystone and the Homestone, now allowing me to
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
Naturally, I used the technology to do what any reasonable human being would have done, and I made my last journey south to fight the goofiest enemy, the Pirate King, a wacky and villainous criminal who lives in a village on his island with a bunch of other pirates. Defeating him unlocks the Deep Ladder, and with it the whole second half of the game's content, allowing you to go beneath all the initial subterranean areas. But by this point, I honestly felt pretty satisfied. My village was well taken care of. We were raising sheep and cows, farming crops, and my villagers were fending off raiders in a system of traps. I had good armor, achievements, and maybe most importantly, I had earned it all through my sheer efforts, and I'd become something more than just a one adventurer striking out to do it all himself. And as they say, it takes a village to raise a village. Anyway, I really wanted to share and assess with you. It's a great game, so I do hope you go check it out. As always, I'm an ambiguous amphibian. A big thanks to my patrons who follow me around like tiny spider people. Until next time. Hello again. Today I'm attempting to survive 100 days in Project Zomboid's CDDA challenge with all the negative traits in the game. Everything from illiteracy to obesity, and all that lay in between. I start the challenge as our protagonist, washing beard Democritus, a heaping pile of garbage of a human being. Honestly, this is probably one of the most physically painful playthroughs I've ever endured in playing Project Zomboid. What survives is a tale of self-improvement, the journey of an overweight, chain-smoking, claustrophobic alcoholic who beat the odds, and not only lived, but thrived in the face of danger. And so the challenge began. I spawned into Muldra on the first day, sick, drunk, wet, and in great pain due to the glass shards lodged in my crotch. I was surrounded completely by flames.
Thinking fast, I searched the cupboards around me, but I discovered nothing of use to my urgent danger. Fortunately, the fire burned itself out around me, and I used the scorched tiles as a pathway of safety. To put a stop to the bleeding, I removed the glass shards from my crotch, and I tore down the curtains from the front window, and I fashioned them into a makeshift bandage for my deep wound. I was stabilized. As the house continued to burn, I crossed back to take a drink from the faucet, and then I hobbled to the other front window to grab more curtains and make them into extra bandages for an emergency. It was time to set out. Be safe here for long after all. So I jumped out the window and crossed the street to the neighboring home. There was only one ghoul inside. It was an escaped convict. I used the little remaining strength I had to kill it with my bare hands and feet, but only shortly broke in through the window. Before I could grab any of its gear or clothing, danger pressed in from all sides. So I made my escape with the last rush of strength and fear rushing through me, barefoot, naked, and limping from my wound. I worked my way to the
That's the last of Zenobia's gobstones. I should go and see her.
The morning fog made an effective veil for escape. I wandered through the fog in the woods to the north. In a few minutes after I limped my way out of the woods, I emerged into a wheat field, remote and adjacent to a farmhouse. Quietly, I ventured my way inside,
Lumos.
only by the remains of the victims. I grabbed the extra clothing and sneakers and donned them for protection. Then I located some medical supplies in the cupboards and cabinets, but little I could use beyond some disinfectant. After that, I searched outside in the tool shed for a wrench, which I used to arm myself as a makeshift bludgeon. Unfortunately, I was so weak that when I engaged the ghouls, shambling their way toward my house, it took me over an hour to beat them into submission. In all my weakness, this is when I made a great discovery. When you're completely exhausted and out of breath, a stomp on a ghoul's corpse yields a whopping 3 experience.
I hope you've had more luck than I did tracking down my gobstones.
Hello, Zenobia. I found all your gobstones.
Really?
Common sense and...
Well,
Carry a chair out to the barn and sleep in the hay bales instead.
Of course, they are yours off.
oh, how wonderful. Now that I have all my gobstones back.
One day of being a giant pile of garbage.
I'm sure they'd be willing to play after.
Isn't it? Very well.
One area at a time. So I led back a few ghouls to my house and spent the day exhausted and out of breath, pushing them toward the door and stomping on their corpses in the dark, raising the required 1500 XP for the first level of strength in only 24 hours, and leveling up just before midnight. Unable to sleep due to my insane panic and claustrophobia, I continued working up my strength straight into dawn on the third morning by pushing a single Zed I'd isolated in the safety of the farmhouse. By the morning, I had reached strength level 2 and maintenance level 1.
Can you help
To
me?
top it all off, I was already starting to lose weight off my obese frame from
Hello?
starving myself.
Were you calling me?
Kilograms and dropping
Following a
bread.
trip?
I drank
Ask
some
Poppy if
caffeinated
I found
soup
2
and
maps.
rotten ham to avoid hunger pangs. But only
Following-
a little bit, so I
Who
would
are-
get sick from my weak stomach. Sensing that I was still too feeble
Very
to fight
well.
even a few ghouls
Fair
at a
enough.
time, from the
Meet
fourth
me
day
back
to the
here.
7th day, I got into the rhythm of baiting a nearby Zed back to the house, then pushing it and stomping on it until I beat it for all the strength experience I could gain from it. All the while gradually shedding the excess body weight off my frame by starving myself, but only eating little by little small pieces of the rotten ham and sausage in the freezer. Careful not to upset my stomach by eating too much at once. On the 8th day, I was running low on food, so I decided to travel east of my farm to the remote cabin in the woods in search of resources, where I crept in to find a fishing rod, net, and tackle as well, a few books I couldn't read, and then most importantly,
Ah, a rhinoceros skeleton. I'm on the right track.
keep me going a whole week and give me the time I needed to get stronger. After that, I got a little greedy and I made my way even
There's the fountain.
the trail
The Daedalian keys are
where I
back.
scavenged for more food. I got lucky with an unguarded mobile home where I found 2 boxes of cereal, a bag of chips, and a kitchen knife, but only barely made my escape with some quick thinking and reflexes by jumping out the window just in time before the surrounding ghouls broke in on
Hello,
me.
Gamora.
Again, I fled to the tree line for safety. That night, I slept on the ground next to the isolated cabin in the woods. Then on the 9th day, I returned to the safety of my farmhouse to drop off the spoils from my looting run. Past the afternoon, I emerged from the woods. If I was going to survive out here in the wild, I'd need to learn to stretch all my resources to their thinnest. I fought a few ghouls that are wandering around my land and slept the night in the warm safety of my barn. But I need to get stronger if I was going to do any more looting. So I spent the entire 10 days pushing a single zombie inside my house at extreme levels of exhaustion. Now to level my strength and fitness another time. All while subsisting by eating small pieces of cereal to tide over my hunger pangs. But it was growing difficult to sleep at the farm. And now that I'd leveled my
over more.
And at last, for the first time in a long time, I slept peacefully into the dawn of day 14, safe and sound without the hazard of doors and terror intervals. I inventoried a few items in the shack and its adjacent trailer, some matches for starting fires, some rotten ice cream to tide me over for a bit, and perhaps most surprisingly, a shotgun and a box of shells. But it would be a long time before I could put these to any real use. I traveled north once again to the mobile home lot, but this time there were too many holes before I could do any looting. The food stores were starting to dwindle though, and if I didn't find a solution to the hunger problem soon, I would be in danger of starvation. So with few options left, I grabbed a hand fork in the forest shack and set out to digging. If I ran out of food, I could improvise by eating worms from the soil itself. Man, nature would provide. A splendiferous day indeed. By the end of the afternoon, I dug up 17 worms to feed myself for the next few days, giving me the time I needed to improve. But it was unpleasant for my body, strengthened by mental resolve and discipline. I spent the next day or two searching through the woods for stones, branches, and berries, gaining foraging experience and cresting the first skill level, adding to the radius of my sight lines in the woods. And by the time I returned to my cabin, I was able to fashion my chipped stones and branches into a stone axe and hew logs from a tree. Now I had a whole encampment of supplies. Fire, a pile of spears for handling intruders, and a campfire. Now was home. Base of operations. There was time now. I spent the rest of days 16 to 18 adding to my piles, adding my nest, foraging for more stones, branches, and berries, stacking up experience to reach level 2 and greater.
This tower looks promising.
Retiring each night to a better sleep and a well-rested body. When I arose,
This looks like the portrait from the map. And where's the treasure?
It made for greater visibility in the pitch black of night.
There was a doorway hidden within the portrait. I wonder what came of our search.
Never mind for now. The scare passed in a moment when the snow changed to rain, and I set out a cooking pot from the shack to catch rainwater to boil in front of the fire and warm myself. As time passed, I found a rhythm from days 19 to 21, gathering food and materials in the woods, digging for worms at home when I couldn't find anything of higher quality, and gradually arming up by whittling branches into spears with the sharp stones I gathered from the forest floor. But I was still missing a source of groundwater. What if many days were to pass without precipitation? What would I do then? So from days 21 to 22, I made my way east along the train tracks near my settlement in search of water when I made shelter near the lake side of the campgrounds in the woods. There were shacks with only a few supplies still left in them, but mostly ransacked from the months that had gone by. Their inhabitants, only one lone ghoul guarding them. It was safer here. But for now, I made my way back to my camp with a pot of lake water until, managing my thirst at least for a few days to come. Maybe I'd return later. So I'd managed up till this point in the long-term survival game. Shelter. And I could
Find anything yet?
Couch in my work shack. Food.
Hello, Arthur.
And worms from the ground.
Oh, how you shoot me out of it. I found what I believe is
Oh, that's it. Seems as though we both had success.
My chances at survival. I grabbed the only tool
Well,
I had enough to
on to the next Hogwarts.
Time to make a play.
Wonder if a quick rummage around these office might be on anything interesting.
Stop it, please. You'll get us in trouble.
In trouble we will be. It's a
Please, enough. You'll get us all detention. And you're both wrong anyway. It was Hephaestus Gore.
It wasn't boots and it wasn't black.
Not a moment too soon, I'd reclaim all my cooking and fishing gear. Then once again, just my way back home. And my nets once again. A windfall. When I made my way home, I tucked away all my rescued supplies and lit a fire for food, water, and warmth. I increased. But still, it would take a lot more time and effort to assure absolute security in the long run. I would need water. So from days 24 to 25, I made the long trek through the woods, guided by the train tracks now covering the white midnight cold snow. At the lake, I gathered 2 full pots of water, made my way back home to scratch or whatever worms I could dig up out of the snow-covered soil. Now in the
Professor, do you have time to chat?
I always have time for my students. How may I help you?
I wondered if I might ask how long you've been teaching at Hogwarts.
Well, it's been what now? 7 swift years. Time does fly because we have fun. essential in my opinion. An eager, positive, and confident mind is the most open to knowledge, I find.
Some of the professors may not agree with your approach.
Well, each of us has our own style, I suppose. Some in the teaching field believe that hard work and dedication are the only keys to success. But they forget what drives those things. If one cannot fathom why some would expend energy on gobstones, then one is blind to the enormous power of play.
And that's why you teach the way you do.
Precisely. I strive to be the sort of professor that I would have enjoyed in school. My experience was less cheerful.
What are you doing? Did you just poop up here? No, you didn't, okay. What are you doing? Is it too hot? Nope, you're coming with me. Come here, right here.
Perhaps you wouldn't be who you are without that experience.
Had I received a more traditional education, well, enough about my student days. You are here now, and it would be a shame if you didn't enjoy it.
I'll do my best, Professor. Thank you for the advice.
You are most welcome. Try to have a bit of fun today.
What's wrong? Don't poop right now, please. Okay. Love you. You okay? What's wrong? Let me see you. There. You too warm? Is it too hot? Is it too hot? Is it too... You feel nice? I feel nice? No? Give me a second, give me a second. Oh, you gonna throw a hissy fit? You gonna throw a hissy fit? Ow. Ow. Oh, come on. It's okay. No, you don't look at me right. It's okay, right? What's wrong? What's wrong? Is it too hot? Is it too hot, baby? Too hot, yeah? I love you. I love you. Oh, I got you. I love you. You know I care about you. Come on. I feel a bit better. I'm not gonna put your entire body there, but I'll put your tail there so you can cool off a little bit.
Revelio.
No way!
Fatality! Fatality! Fatality!
What did he do?
It was really
Cookie simply because you had one. Professor, I'm glad to see you.
And I you. Thank Merlin you're in one piece. I heard about the attack. Trolls in Hogsmeade?
Sir, the trolls were wearing armor. It had that dark glow like the dragon collar.
Goblin silver! Ranrock used it to control the dragon. But how? And why send trolls too?
They were there because of me. I overheard Ranrock talking with Victor Rookwood.
Ranrock was in Hogsmeade? With Rookwood?
The trolls were Ranrock's distraction so that Rookwood could get to me. And he would have, had Serona and the patrons at the Three Drumsticks not intervened.
This is great news indeed. If Ranrock's goblins and dark wizards are after you, they want what we found in that vault.
Speaking of the vault, do you think that Ranrock is working with any of the goblins at Gringotts?
I do not. Gringotts goblins aren't typically the friendliest of beings, but they have a great deal of integrity. No, I dare say after what happened to that poor banker, the goblins at Gringotts are no followers of Ranrock.
They're after the locket.
Yes. I discovered an inscription. It
leads to the library.
I suspect.
Shall we go?
If our experience, I'd like you to work with...
But sir...
Perhaps we are, once you've honed your... I'll let Professor Hecat know to expect you.